Hello! Welcome to the 6th Annual Ashland World Music Festival, produced by Rogue World Music and Ashland Parks and Recreation. I'm Anna Byers, the Program Director for Rogue World Music, and I'll be with you today during our main stage concert. This year, as you can tell, our main stage concert is virtual. Our Heartbeat Stories storytelling event is also a virtual offering. For those of you living in the Rogue Valley, we do have an in-person opportunity for you to both connect with the music and the beautiful landscapes and cityscapes of Ashland, Oregon, the Soundwalks. Soundwalks are a curated audio experience that combines music from our main stage show, this very concert, with art installations throughout downtown Ashland, the Railroad District in Ashland, and growing, living installations in North Mountain Nature Park. We hope for all of you who are living or visiting the area that you will partake in this new festival offering. This year is also a fundraiser, just like last year. Last year, after the Alameda Fire, which swept through the Rogue Valley on September 8th, decimating over 2,600 structures, displacing hundreds of families, and burning down hundreds of businesses, we raised about $10,000 in fire relief through the Phoenix Talent School District Fire Relief Fund. Thank you to everyone who participated in that fundraiser. Every contribution made a world of difference. This year, the fundraiser is also for fire recovery efforts. Recovery is still ongoing. It's a slow process. And even though we're about 8.5 months out from the day of the fire, we still have over 400 families who not only are still displaced, but still have no end in sight as they wait for other forms of support like temporary or transitional housing. The organization we're working with for the fundraiser this year is the Ānuenue Farm Worker and Immigrant Family Fire Relief Fund. Ānuenue Center for Farm Worker and Immigrant Advocacy here in the Rogue Valley is a wonderful organization, and they will be administering the funds that we raise to the families that they work with and communicate with every day. This year, our fundraising goal is $10,000, and we're halfway there already. If you'd like to make a contribution or issue a matching donation challenge, you can visit www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF fundraiser. I'll be giving updates on how our fundraising efforts are going throughout the event today, and this fundraiser will be open throughout the rest of the weekend. Okay, let's get started with our concert. This year we're welcoming 6 incredible culture-bearing performance groups and artists. We have Hālau Hula, Kapio Oke Ānuenue, a Hawaiian hula group based out of here in Ashland. The Carr Trio, with music of the Irish diaspora. Raye Zaragoza, a social justice folk singer. Huitilín, a son jarrocho band based out of Portland. The Nell Jim Band, a swing, Appalachian, bluegrass, folkabilly group out of the Bay Area, and Las Horas, a duo sharing indigenous Andean music with one half of the duo based here in Ashland and the other in Argentina. Our first performing group is Hālau Hula, Kapio Oke Ānuenue. This group is an extension of a Hawaiian cultural dance school based here in Ashland, Oregon, taught by Kumu Andrea Lucchesi. They have roots on the island of Hawaii, and their intention is to inspire, empower, and elevate through the sacredness of Hawaiian hula and chant. Be sure to stay tuned after the performance for a Q&A with Kumu Andrea.
Aloha everyone, my name is Kumu Andrea, and I'm here with our haumana, our students from Hālau Hula, Kapio Oke Ānuenue. We're a hula school based in Ashland, Oregon, and we're so grateful to be part of Ashland World Music Festival. We're going to open with a few oli. Those are chants. The first one is an oli of welcome, an oli aloha. Then it will be followed by an oli that I wrote to honor our land, the Aina here. And the third one honors the deity of hula, known as Laka, which is the living essence of the forest. Welcome, aloha. Aloha no he o no ya he no ine ali amne o yo tai di mai hidi mai no ko hidi no me te alo aloha 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 no la ponoloha oi oi te tape la ke aloha mana aina lehu hua ela kawai kawai ala kae ela kaha hula oke au amoha aha ke aloha o ka aina kamaha o ona tupuna ala pono la ke aloha laha ule e o mai ka pio ke Ānuenue na ke akua I kana hele ia lai e ke ki o hue ka wakoko e na kino malui ka nani malue hoi e honu mai ana o laka I kona mau kuahu o mako no na ke akua I kana hele ia lai e ke ki o hue ka wakoko e na kino malui ka lani malue hoi e holu mai ana o laka I kona mau kuahu o mako no na ke akua I kana hele ia lai e ke ki o hue ka wakoko e na kino malui ka lani malue hoi e holu mai ana o laka I kona mau kuahu o mako The first two songs we'll be sharing were written by one of my kumus, or teachers, Kumukiala Ching. This song honors Laka, the deity of Hula, who is also seen as the spirit that animates the healing plants of the forest. One such plant is the delicate palapalai fern, which we gather from the forest floor to make lei that adorn our bodies and the hula altar. That is called E Laka Kia Kua o Kawaulani. Our second hula, Alo Kai Alo, was written prior to COVID by Kumukiala, but it's even more poignant now. And the song reminds us of the gift that we give one another when we are alo ke alo, or face to face, and truly present. When we can be present with and one for one another, we find beauty, balance, and right living.
1.
These next three hulas are from an epic tale of Pele and Hi'iaka, and were given to us by Hālau Kuhi. As the dancers enter, they are like rays of the sun as it rises over the turning sea. The hula that follows depicts a battle between Hi'iaka and a mo'o, or giant lizard, in the Panaeva forest, which leads to devastation over a large area of the forest, and it's left with scattered stumps of trees and ashes. The hula that follows, Ke Ha'alapuna, comes from the same legend, and it tells us that the song, Ke Ha'alapuna I Kamakani, was the first hula taught ever to Pele's sister, Hi'iaka, by her best friend, Hopoi. It depicts Hopoi dancing joyfully down by the sea of Nanahuki with the wind and the hala groves of Puna moving in communion along with them. The third is a hula ma'i, or procreation chant, and it was given to us by our root kumu, Veilin Ha'alelea Koe'ai'a. It shows the powerful elemental forces of Pele, the goddess of volcanoes, as it depicts her explosions of lava bursting forth to the heavens. Inspired by the unforgettable and sweet scent of the plumeria blossom, I wrote this next song, Ho'oheno e Kapua Melia, to reflect the love that we all share for our root kumu Huitilín. It uses the metaphor of a lei woven with love to describe the essence of this cherished and enduring relationship. The dancers sing, Kale aloha I ku'upoli, which means held close to the heart, here is this lei of love. The next hula that follows is Waioli. It was written in dedication to Queen Kapiolani, who was the queen consort to Hawaii's last king, David Kalakaua. The song talks about the heavy rains of Waioli, which is in Hanalei on Kauai's North Shore, and it uses metaphor to depict the passions of romantic love. This is also one of Kumu Huitilín's hulas. Our final song is Ki Pai Pai, written by Kumu Keala. It was one that I choreographed recently, also because of its inspiring theme. Around the same time that we put Alo Kealo together. It has a timely message to be encouraged and keep moving forward. The dancers sing, E ala mai, e naue mai, e noke mai, which means awake, move, and persevere. mai, e nawe mai, e no ke mai, io mai ke Ānuenue, io mai ke Ānuenue, I ka o ua mai la ka ua una ka honua, mono kare ua I kila wea, mae ke ale hono ala, e ala mai, e nawe mai, e no ke mai, ala kai ola. Ala ka ikai ola ika hiki ala na mai ke ka pu e ho I mai mai le lauli ika pori lipo ka manare e kono ala e ala mai e nawe mai e no ke mai ala ka ikai ola ala ka ikai ola ika hiki ala na mai ke ka pu e ho I mai mai le laoli ika pori lipo ka manare puno ala e ala mai e nawe mai e no ke mai kaha ka I uka ala kapa kuke ola na pe ka imi mai la ke ala no ke maue imi mai la ke ala no ke maue e ala mai e nawe mai e no ke mai kaha ka I uka ala kapa kuke ola na pe ka imi mai la ke ala no ke maue imi mai la ke ala no ke maue e ala mai e nawe mai e no ke mai e ala e ala e ala e ai ai e ro ki hai hai.
We're recording. So I would love to thank okay, please help me pronounce this correctly. I want to be sure it's pronounced correctly. Hālau, Tapio. Okay, I'm going to start again.
You just actually said two of the words.
Okay, Hālau kapi o oke Ānuenue.
Yes, I was playing off how you said okay. Okay, I'm going to start again, but you actually got two of the words in there without realizing it.
Hālau Hula kapi oke Ānuenue.
Yeah, really close. Yeah, really close. Very good.
Okay, let's see. Hālau Hula. What am I missing?
Oh, it's just subtleties of nuance of pronunciation. Kapio oke Ānuenue.
Kapio oke Ānuenue.
Ānuenue. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, which means School of Hula, the Arch of the Rainbow. And we're really happy and honored to be here with you, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us today.
And for your efforts at trying to pronounce the Hawaiian words.
Well, it's a new language to me, and it's beautiful. I would love to learn more about it. And speaking of beautiful, that was a beautiful performance. I am so amazed by how much nuance was captured just in this format of film, when clearly this is such like an interactive person-to-person type of exchange. And I would love to give a shout out to wherever you filmed as well, because it was just totally gorgeous there.
Yeah, that's our local farm. It's called Rascalville Farm, and it's Margie Mee's land, and she and her partner who lives there with her, Mike Bianca, have been our gracious hosts, particularly through COVID, when we needed a safe outdoor place to practice and hold our classes. Yes, it's really exquisite there. We really feel nourished by the aina, by the land, right there in between Grizzly Peak and Mount Ashland.
Oh wow! Okay,
yeah,
so super close.
Yep.
Very beautiful. And And you, like, speaking of being nourished by the land, the stories that you share, they all seem to be stories of connection with the land or of nourishing oneself. It seems like you're drawing from a really rich tradition and a lifetime of experience with this practice of hula. Could you tell me a little bit about how each of you came to this practice and how you are connected with it?
Sure. Well, I'm Andrea. I'm the kumu of the Hālau. I founded the Hālau 14 years ago, and I'm here with my alaka'i, who's one of the leaders and teaching assistants in our school, Lisa Bailey. And actually, we go back a long time, since the early days of the school forming, but even before that. We have a woman named Malia Nelson to mahalo, to thank for sort of lighting the torch of hula. I don't know who may have been here before her, but we both learned from her years ago and stayed connected. But I actually, so I'm not native to Hawaii, or I didn't grow up in Hawaii. I'm actually of Italian heritage and grew up in Florida. But I got a master's degree in dance and spirituality a couple of decades ago, and have always danced, but part of my journey led me to Hawaii. And as part of that, I met a master teacher. The word for that is kumu, teacher of hula, so that would be kumu hula, named Raylene Ha'alelea Koe'ai'a. And she's no longer with us. She passed away about 8 or 9 years ago. Something like that, 9. But many years ago, I walked into a class, a community class. She had a very welcoming and inclusive way of teaching, and heart full of aloha. It was just boundless. Everyone felt deeply loved in her presence. So through her welcoming presence, I got to attend a class, and my life was basically transformed, a hula class from that moment on. And so that's when I came back to Ashland and found our local teacher at the time, and started learning from her, and over years made many subsequent trips to the islands. And eventually she took me under her wing and helped me to develop and grow, and teach and share Hawaiian cultural traditions, and form the Hālau, our school here. And we continued on that path up until she passed away. And then I've had very dear mentors, Hawaiian cultural mentors since then, and have been trained and graduated as a kumu hula as well, with the guidance and support of Kumu Sibuku Ipo Pruitt and Keala Ching, Kumu Keala Ching. So yes, it's a rich cultural tradition, and lineage is really an important part of that, who you learn from, and how you're entrusted with the perpetuation of the stories that are passed on through the songs and interpreted through the hula. So that's a little bit of my story.
And Lisa, how did you come to hula?
I also am not of Hawaiian heritage. I am a Northern European descendant girl who grew up in Michigan in the Midwest. And my family, I come from a family of farmers. However, being a girl from the 70s and a Title IX champion, I was very much an intellectual. And so when the 4th of July hula parade went by in 2002, I think, I thought, well, that looks like a really fun way to exercise. And it is, but it quickly became way more than that. And it has become more than that over the years. Malia Nelson was my very first teacher. After she moved back to the islands, Barbara Chung took over the helm of those of us who were left, and so eager to continue. And then Andrea decided that she was going to follow that path, thankfully. And I've been with her ever since that time. So many, many, many years. And hula is, yes, it's a great way to exercise, but it's also, as Andrea mentioned, life-changing. Kumu Raylene always used to say, hula is life, and hula is what happens when you walk out the door, not just what happens in the studio or dancing for a performance. Hula has helped me to be a better person in all areas of my life. Being an intellectual and spending a lot of time in school, I really lost that connection, you know, that my grandparents had to the land, but hula has helped me refine that and appreciate them more and have a great deal more respect for the people who emigrated and landed in Michigan and brought up their farms.
It sounds like learning from a culture bearer, this practice that combines movement and music and mindfulness and being present in nature has just been transformative isn't the right word, like a redirecting experience in your life, which is really so beautiful to hear about and to learn.
Yeah, that's its potency. I think transformative is the right word. And I think a lot of people like Lisa that at least come to our doors for our classes or perhaps even for our events, they don't always realize the depth of the culture and the depth of the practice, really. And so over time, if you stick with it long enough, especially if you're not native to or raised in the islands, if you're not Native Hawaiian or raised there or raised in a community where that's part of the context, you may not realize, but in due time, the songs and the movements reveal this potency of, like you've observed, Anna, just the connection, the inherent connection that we have with land, with nature, with each other, with the creator, however you know that to be. And so hopefully that came through in our performance.
It definitely did. And I am curious before we go if you have any upcoming performances, live or virtual, that people can connect with you through that are coming up.
Yeah, so thanks for asking. We were granted some funding from the Oregon Cultural Trust to produce what will be our third Ashland Aloha Festival, and we're really excited about that. We've, like so many of us, come out of such a fragmented, disconnected time with the pandemic, and so this has incited us to, as the Ashland World Music Festival has, to reconvene and reconnect with each other, reconnect with our hulas and our practice. But that's on September 26th, so we've got a little bit of a runway to that. But we have cultural practitioners coming to share different hands-on crafts. And then we'll have live musicians that will be coming from Hawaii for the event. And then, of course, our students will put on a performance combining both the traditional style, which we shared for your festival, as well as the more contemporary or hula awana style. So we're really excited about that. And if any of your listeners are interested, you can go to our website, which is ashlandhula.com, and just click on the events tab and you'll find more information there.
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, thank you once again for being with us, and I look forward to attending your September event. Yay!
Mahalo! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Aloha.
Let's give one final thank you to Hālau Hula Kapio Oke Ānuenue and their incredible performance and sharing. This year is a fundraiser, just like last year. Last year, we raised almost $10,000 in fire relief for those displaced by the Almeda fire, which swept through the Rogue Valley on September 8th, 2020. This year is also a fundraiser for fire relief for people displaced by the Almeda fire. Yes, a second fundraiser for fire relief for displaced people from the same wildfire. It's been almost 8.5 months since this wildfire event occurred, and recovery after such a large natural disaster would take time anyway. But the unique nature of this natural disaster, sweeping through a number of small communities, has caused for the recovery efforts to just take longer. And it's also exposing various inequities in the recovery process. We are honored to be able to be a part of this recovery effort and to support our community members as they work to rebuild the lives and the communities that were disrupted so deeply by this fire. We still have over 400 families who are not only displaced, but who are ineligible for support through various government entities. It's through funds like this one, the Ānuenue Farm Workers and Immigrant Family Fire Relief Fund, that we are able as a community to funnel support to these community members as they work to rebuild their lives. This fund helps families with basic everyday costs of living like food, clothing, temporary shelter, and gas. If you would like to make a contribution to this fund, you can visit www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF fundraiser. Thank you so much for your support of this fundraising event and of our community members who are benefiting from this fundraiser. Every single contribution counts, no matter how big or small. We also need to thank our sponsors of this event. Their contributions make it possible for us to offer this community event for free. I'd like to extend a special thank you to our sponsor, Southern Oregon PBS.
Dreams out loud, they will sound across the battle scars we wear. Reminders we still here. This time the world will see. We dream like a fire.
You saved my life.
As you saved mine.
Wow. This is what adventure is all about. And we will show this world who we are.
Wow.
This is mind-blowing.
Thank you. We dream like a fire.
We'd also like to thank our longtime sponsor, Oregon Health Insurance Marketplace. Right now, more people than ever qualify for health coverage assistance, and they're getting the help they need. Contact the Oregon Health Insurance Marketplace today to see what you qualify for. Okay, next up we have the Carr Trio. Let's welcome them to the stage. This group features Kevin and Daniel Carr and Josie Mendelson, and they will be sharing music of the Irish diaspora. Be sure to stay tuned afterwards for a live Q&A.
Hi, I'm Kevin Carr. So pleased to be invited to participate in this Ashland World Music Festival. And a big thank you to Rogue World Music for inviting me, and big thank you to the city of Ashland for putting on such an occasion. We want to keep folk music and traditional music alive because it's one way that we can touch our ancestors and carry the things they loved forward into the future. So I'm going to be playing with my son Daniel O.K. Carr and my wife Josie Mendelson. She'll play keyboards and Daniel will play on mandolin and guitar. And we're going to play music of the Irish diaspora. Now the Irish have contributed their music around the world as they emigrated from Ireland at different times in Irish history. Trying to find freedom, trying to find survival. And the Irish culture is a rich, deep, strong culture. The music we're going to play will be our combination of Irish, Scottish, and old-time American and Quebecois music. Those are all places that have been where the Irish music has melded in with various other traditions and created something new. And we'll play also some modern Irish traditional music because the music changes with each generation. what's that old saying? The more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the more it stays the same, the more it changes. So the first set that we're going to start with is begins with a jig. Now the idea of this set came from my son and I wandering around at a music festival that we love. We've gone to for 40 years. He grew up there, and it's called the Festival of American Fiddle Tunes up in Port Townsend, Washington. And you'd wander around and you'd hear these wonderful sessions, and there'd be Irish music over here. And then you'd walk a little further and you'd hear some other kind of music. Then you walk a little further and you'd hear a rip-roaring old-time jam. So this was our impression of that. We start with a jig that's called Timmy Clifford's Jig, and then we go into our sort of slightly swung version of an Irish tune from a fabulous composer and piano player and fiddler named Josephine Keegan. And then we end with an old-time barn burner called Glory in the Meeting House. Well, we're going to do another set of tunes that starts with something that's Scottish, goes into something that's very Irish, and ends with something that sounds Scottish but is actually from the Appalachian Mountains. First tune's called The Old Time Wedding Reel. The second one is Paddy Ryan's Dream, which I learned this version from a man named Joe O'Dowd, wonderful fiddle player that I met in 1970 and in Sligo, where he lived. And it was the most romantic thing in the world. I was taken by some friends to he lived in a thatched cottage, and he had a whole bunch of kids, many of whom today are the top Irish musicians playing. And then I remember his little daughter came and said, "Daddy gonna play his fiddle?" And Daddy played his fiddle for us. And he played this tune, Paddy Ryan's Dream, which is, it's also, there's a version played in Cape Breton called Miss Lyle's. And anyway, then we're going to finish with Highlander's Farewell. And you can hear it sounds sort of Scottish, but it's also played in a very Appalachian style, as are a lot of tunes, especially from Kentucky, the way I hear it. But, so here we go. Cape Breton to Ireland to Appalachia. Well, now we're going to play a set of tunes that, to my ear, have a more modern sort of rhythm to them. And maybe that's the reason for that is that I learned them from Daniel. And he has his own style. It's very traditional, but also it's got some juice to it that I think is from a different generation than my own. But I love playing them. And they are the Glowntan Reel, Palmer's Gate, and the Road to Cullenstown. And see what you think about the swing that these particular tunes have. Well, now Daniel and I are going to play a set of Scottish tunes. Very fitting when we talk about the Irish diaspora, because Scot is actually the Latin word meaning Irish person. And there was a clan in Northern Ireland, the Dalriada Scots, who around the year 800-900, somewhere in there, started, shall we say, making their presence known on the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. And they, after a series of struggles, they took over those areas from the Celtic-speaking people that were already there. And they brought their language, their Gaelic language, along. Matter of fact, when the English were fighting to conquer the Scottish people, they spoke of the Scots as speaking the Irish language. So musicians have gone back and forth. They could understand each other perfectly for generations and generations, and the music has intermixed, and there are similarities. There are great differences as well. But the tunes we're going to play come from Cape Breton Island, which is where a lot of the Scots who were booted off the big estates belonging to English lords in the Highlands of Scotland ended up on this little island of Cape Breton, which is at the northern tip of Nova Scotia, where there are still Gaelic speakers to this day, and where they joke that when they left, they took all of Scotland's great fiddle players with them. Now, they probably didn't get them all, because there are a lot of great fiddle players in Scotland, but they do have a wild, archaic, wonderful driving style of music. They have piping, they have dancing. It's great. The tunes we're going to play, the first three I learned from the playing of the McClellan sisters, and Teresa McClellan was just a wonderful, soulful fiddler. And these tunes are John McCall's Farewell, Miss McEnroy of Lude and the Rossini, which is by Dan R. MacDonald, and then a tune called Johnny Wilmot's Fiddle. Johnny Wilmot was an Irish-style player in Cape Breton, very well known. So here we go. Ready? Well, we're getting close to the end now. We're going to play a set of tunes from Quebec. Very Irish influence to all of these. The first one I got from a little video of, it was from a festival called Mi Carême, which is sort of like, it's in all the French speaking areas, they have this festival. It's kind of like an intermission from Lent, where they have a big, huge party. And people dress in costumes. And there were these, I saw a film with these 4 guys in the bright colored silk jackets. And but that kind of silk, you know, from a Halloween costume or something. And these masks, florid masks. And they were sitting around backstage. And one of them just started playing a little bit of the fiddle. And they all joined in. They played this tune. And it's very clearly a version of an Irish tune called Pigeon in the Gate. But I just love the way the bowing in it. It was fantastic. Then the next 3 tunes are from our family record that we made, Daniel and Josie and I and our daughter Molly made. And the first one is called Ronde de Voyageur, and the second one is by Jean-François Bélanger. It's called the Gigue du Plateau du Mont Royal, and the final one is it's called the Set Américain. And I think it's part of a quadrille. Anyway, I hope you like it. I don't know if you probably won't be able to see my feet clogging, because the French-Canadian fiddlers are always, it's de rigueur to do a little kind of a clog step when you play the fiddle. Anyway, here we go. Well, the last tune at a dance is always a waltz, and we're going to play two of them for you. And they are from Quebec also, and they have a very lovely sound. It's a melding of an Irish sensibility and also with this French sense of melancholy. They're written by two great players who we've lost in the last number of years. The first one is Philippe Bruneau, and the tune is called The Complaint du Folkloriste. And the second one is the Waltz of the Cerf Volant, the kite. And that's from Mario Loisel. Anyway, great souls who are hopefully blessing this time through their tunes. It's been a great pleasure playing for you.
I would like to say thank you, a huge thank you to Kevin Carr and Daniel Carr and Josie Mendelson for their wonderful performance in today's Ashland World Music Festival Main Stage show. And thank you to Kevin for being here for a live Q&A. Hi, Kevin.
My pleasure.
Welcome.
Hi, my pleasure. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's been a while and we don't live that far apart.
Well, yeah, but like all of us, you know, we're emerging from our caves.
Yes, welcome into this beautiful spring. So that was quite a trip you took us on with your music. Please remind me, you took us from Ireland and England and Scotland, Quebec. Where am I missing?
Let's see. The Appalachian Mountains.
Right.
Of the Southwest.
Right.
Cape Breton, I think the Scotland was actually, the tunes I played were from Cape Breton Island, which was, it's the northern tip of Nova Scotia. And it was when the English lords who had inherited the great estates that comprised parts of the Highlands decided it would be more profitable to raise sheep than let people continue to live there. They invited the locals to emigrate, often at the point of a gun. And one of the places that received a great number of Highlanders was Cape Breton Island, and actually all of Nova Scotia, but hence the name, but Cape Breton Island. And when they used to, I think I mentioned this in the thing, they used to say, when we left, we took all the great fiddlers with us. That might not be true, but it is amazing the density of rich fiddle music that's still played on that little tiny island, and wonderful players and folklore. They still speak Gaelic to this day on that island.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Well, speaking of rich density, I am just always so amazed by your wealth of knowledge about music from many parts of the world. And so I'm curious, how have you developed this like encyclopedic repertoire and knowledge about this type of music?
You know, the old saying that which I firmly believe was that if you really want to understand something, you have to fall in love with it. And that happened to me early on with music in general. And then in my 20s, I was on a quest for family history and lore and roots and that sort of thing. So I went to Ireland, where I was literally kidnapped by the fairies. And and I just fell in love with traditional music, and one unbelievable coincidence led to another in terms of meeting people over the years. First with Irish music and spending time in Ireland, and then meeting Irish musicians where I was living at that time, and making another couple trips to Ireland, and then falling in love with Quebecois music, which was connected very connected to Irish music. In that, when the Irish people were escaping the famine and they had to pick a place to emigrate to, many of them came to the United States, but 1 million of them went to Quebec because it was the only recognized Catholic entity. You know, the Catholics were not always welcome in the rest of the United States, but they were welcomed in Quebec because they were all Catholics. So they brought their culture, and they brought vitality and life. And so Quebecois music is this wonderful melange of French traditions, deep, rich French traditions, and from various parts of France, and also Irish music that merged and blended in a wonderful way. And the same thing happened with the Scots Irish, who came to Appalachia and settled there. Now, by Scots Irish, what I mean is the English, again, with their social engineering, at a certain point they decided they needed to calm the Irish people down in the north of Ireland, which was traditionally a real center for the ancient Gaelic culture. So they brought Scots over, who by that time had converted to Presbyterianism. They brought them and there was the plantation of Northern Ireland, and the Scots were there for about 100 years before they figured out that what the Irish already knew was that the English were not treating poor people very well in their colonies. And so a lot of them emigrated and they came down. So Scots-Irish generally referred to not only Scottish people and Irish people, but these people who were Irish, but of Scottish descent. And they came down to the Appalachian. They brought their fiddles with them. And their music, it merged with the music of the Black musicians who were there. Again, not by their choice, but great music, great take on music, and the new life and the isolation, and it evolved into what we call it old time or Appalachian or traditional American music.
Right, right.
And every little piece that I played, is one of thousands from a tradition. So I was just trying to give the tiniest taste of these various types of music.
And so how do you meet the people that you have learned this music from? I'm guessing you've learned from a lot of different people.
Well, the easy answer is you meet someone and that person introduces you to someone else, and you go to a music camp and you fall in love with a new kind of music, and you talk to people. And musical communities, a very rich, wonderful, nurturing community. And one shares with other musicians these delights of imagination into worlds that are entrancing. That's the easy answer. Another answer would be a series of unbelievable, if I was to tell you them all, coincidences. And I have found it much easier to say, well, I first got kidnapped by the fairies, and then it went from there. Because, short example, when I went to Galicia in northwest Spain the first time, I had just read a book on bagpipes, and I was fascinated that there was in there that said, oh, there's not only a type of bagpipes in Galicia, but there was a museum. And I got off the train one day in a town that I knew nothing about, except it sounded like that might be where the museum was. Of course, I was wrong. But I walked into the center of town. I walked around a corner, and there was some people playing bagpipes. And I was gobsmacked. I could have fallen down. I just ran up to the lead guy, and I was so excited. I said, bagpipes. And he looked at me and said, where are you from? I said, I'm from America. He said, oh, do you know a man named Bruce? And he did an imitation of the way Bruce walked. And I did know Bruce. I said, I know Bruce. He reached into his pocket. He said, this is a package of bagpipe reeds. You will deliver them to Bruce. Now come, we're going to play. And I spent a day with these guys, and it was a day that lasted about 10 years. And it led to my connection over the years and other fantastic coincidences, of spending a lot of time there in Galicia. I had the same experience in Quebec. I had the same. So, and it all came from this time when I literally was kidnapped by the fairies in Ireland. It's a long story, so I can't tell you, but you're going to have to take it on my word that it's true. It's a true thing that happened. Without this weird, magical coincidence, none of the rest of it would have happened.
I believe you. I'll have to get you to tell it at a Heartbeat Stories event at some point in the future to get the full story.
Love to.
Really quickly, before we let you go, I hear that you might be sharing some of your wealth of knowledge with kids through the Brit Festival. And
yes,
what's going on there?
Yeah, well, this weekend, they put out this pretty amazing series of musical videos about various aspects of music, classical music and jazz music and traditional music of various kinds. It's on the Brit Kids website. Should be pretty easy to find through them. And this is their last one of the summer before they start their regular summer series of stories and music that they do, which is just fantastic. Anyway, so I did one on fiddle styles, And it is just talking about music that has been brought to North America by different immigrant groups.
Mhm.
And I think I just did one tune, again, just a tiny taste, an Irish tune and a Scottish tune and a Mexican tune and a Greek tune and a Serbian tune and what else? 3 or 4 more. And it was really fun.
That
And
sounds
so people get
amazing.
just a little sample. It's just, again, it's like an amuse-bouche of music from different places.
Well, I can't wait to find that and watch it myself. I'm a kid at heart. I think
Cool.
I'll enjoy it.
Cool,
And thank you
cool.
again so much for being a part of the festival this year. And I'm going to hold you to your offer that I made for you to share your story on the Heartbeat Stories next year.
No, I would love to do that. And thank you. Thank Rogue World Music. Thank Ashland. Thank all the sponsors. I really appreciate it. It's really been fun.
Right. I think we're going to have to. Let's give another round of applause to the Kevin Carr Trio. That was so wonderful, and I love catching up with Kevin whenever we get the chance. This trio is based out of the Applegate Valley, and we are so lucky to have performers like these in our small Southern Oregon community. This year, one of our festival events, which was on hold last year as we were getting our feet under us for a virtual format, was the Heartbeat Stories. In 2019, we got to feature storytellers, both local and visiting performing artists, sharing stories around the idea of home. This year, we're featuring a few local storytellers sharing stories also on the idea of home for our Heartbeat Stories presentation, and you can find those stories to view whenever you like at rogueworldmusic.org/heartbeatstories. The festival, the Heartbeat Stories, our sound walks, this main stage concert would not be possible without our local sponsors. I'd like to thank Evergreen Federal Bank for their many years of support for this community event. For over 85 years, Evergreen Federal Bank is proud to have been known as the bank that's different. As a mutual institution, Evergreen is chartered to serve their customers. They specialize in single-family and commercial real estate loans and offer in-house local servicing. But perhaps what is most different is that they exist to make a difference. Reinvesting in the communities they serve is their mission and an important part of their business plan. They're proud to sponsor programs, projects, and events like the Ashland World Music Festival that strengthen our community and provide positive shared experiences for people to enjoy. And let's thank our new Ashland World Music Festival sponsor, Jefferson Hemp Exchange.
Jefferson Hemp Exchange believes in diversity, fair wages, and access to the economic and wellness benefits of Rogue Valley Hemp. A proud sponsor of the festival fundraiser, Jefferson Hemp Exchange is dedicated to a safe workplace for all. Thank you for supporting this event and Ānuenue, Center for Farm Worker and Immigrant Advocacy.
All right, let's welcome Raye Zaragoza to the stage. Raye is a New York-based singer-songwriter. Her music spotlights her own lived experience as a Japanese-American, Mexican, and indigenous woman. She is known for tenacious feminist anthems and fearless protest folk music. Welcome, Raye.
Hello, Ashland World Music Festival. I'm Raye Zaragoza, and it's such an honor to be here. I love Ashland so much. I miss it dearly. I miss coming to play shows every single year for the past 4 years, and so I miss you all dearly, and I'm very excited to be here performing for you, even if it's virtual today. And this first song I'm going to play is called Fight Like a Girl, and this is from my new album called Woman in Color that came out in October. Grandma Nature, Mother Moon, show me what to do when they are taking our rights away, policing our parties. Easy, easy we go. It's repeating on and on. Take me to the water, take me to the snow, where all the souls of our mothers had to go. Take me to the street sights, teach me your battle cries. Take me to the front lines of the war, to fight like a girl. Send me knowledge, send me peace from where you are fighting, for all the rights that I have today, our homes, our votes, our voices. Easy, easy we go. It's repeating on and on. Take me to the water, take me to the snow, where all the souls of our sisters had to go. Take me to the street sights, teach me your battle cries. Take me to the front lines of the war, to fight like a girl, fight like a girl, fight like a girl, fight like a girl. Take me to the water, take me to the snow, where all the souls of our mothers had to go. Take me to the street sights, teach me your battle cries. Take me to the front lines of the war, to fight like a girl. So that was Fight Like a Girl, and this next song I'm going to play is also off of my new record, Woman in Color. And this song is called Rebel Soul. This song is really about embracing the parts of you that maybe you thought were not the coolest parts of you, or the things that you've always been trying to hide, the things that you were ashamed of, and learning to embrace them and really become your full self by really stepping into those parts of yourself and being proud of who you are. So this is Rebel Soul. I moved out to the city, all the vultures followed me, preying on my weakness like it was a disease. A few times it brought me to my knees, brought me to my knees. So I walked into the desert, fighting through the heat, searching for the answers that I can't seem to see. Tired of who they're wanting me to be, wanting me to be. When the only thing you're left with are your torn and tattered clothes, when you find yourself wandering down a dark and lonely road, when you've got a feeling in your heart that no one seems to know, feeling like a complete unknown. I'm a rebel soul, I'm a rebel soul. I lifted up my head and I walked into the clouds, decided that this moment won't ever get me down. Nobody's gonna stop me now, gonna stop me now. When the only thing you're left with are your torn and tattered clothes, when you find yourself wandering down a dark and lonely road, when you've got a feeling in your heart that no one one seems to know, feeling like a complete unknown. I'm a rebel soul. I'm a rebel soul. When the only thing you're left with are your torn and tattered clothes, when you find yourself wandering down a dark and lonely road, when you've got a feeling in your heart that no one seems to know, feeling like a complete unknown. I'm a rebel soul. 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 Thank you so much, everyone. And I'm just imagining all of the beautiful, like, Ashland scenery. I just love it so much. It's such a sweet little town. My brother Raye Zaragoza was in the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and it was really amazing to go visit him and get to spend time in Ashland. It was just such an amazing escape from all, like, the hustle and bustle of touring. And so I miss it dearly. I miss you all dearly, and I cannot wait to get back. And I'm going to play another song for you. I'm just going to continue the set. What shall I play next for you? Here's another one from this new album. This is called Run with the Wolves. This is a song I wrote about returning to your instinctual nature as a woman, based off the book Women Who Run with the Wolves. Feel the earth beneath my feet, it pulls me down. I heard the sound, echoes softly in the breeze, in the clouds, I hear them now. We used to be so free, get back to who we used to be. Leave the ground, look to the mountains, feel the air rush through your skin. It's the way it always should have been. We're running, 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 running with the wolves again. We're running, 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 running with the wolves again. There was a time when we were wild, moving fast, you couldn't hold us back. And then they came and stole our fire, put us in a cage we can never change. We used to be so free, get back to who we used to be. Leave the ground, look to the mountains, feel the air rush through your skin. It's the way it always should have been. We're running, 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 running with the wolves again. We're running, 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 running with the wolves again. That was Run with the Wolves, also from my new record, Woman in Color, that is out now. Check it out. And this next song, also off of my new album, is about my frustration with feeling like dependent on your race or your socioeconomic class in this country. There are different levels as to how much you're truly protected and what you truly have access to. And I think that's something that was incredibly apparent during a pandemic. And, not everyone has equal access to health and to, and it was, some people couldn't even get access to unemployment during this incredibly difficult time. And so I wrote this song actually far before the pandemic hit, but it feels like it carries more weight even now. So this is They Say.
They say that folk music's for the elite, the wise and the old with the college degree, a $40 ticket and a $15 drink. They say that folk music's for the elite. They say we're living an American dream, and if you work hard you will make money. If they say that folk music's for the elite, well then who's gonna sing for me? They say that healthcare will never come cheap, but you'll do just fine if you stay healthy. If you can't make rent, then just get another job. They say that happiness is for those who work hard. They say that love, well, that's one thing that's free. Let's fall in love and not buy anything. I'll build you a house we can sit in the dark. They say that happiness is for those who work hard. If they say that folk music's for the elite, well then who's gonna sing for me? Who's gonna sing for me?
And this next song is called The It Girl. And this song I dedicate to any of you who ever felt insecure about yourself because of the color of your skin or the way you look. And when I was growing up, I was really insecure about having brown skin. And I thought that brown skin wasn't beautiful and that I could never be like a pretty princess with brown skin, which I know is completely untrue. And also, there's more to life than just being a pretty princess. But anyway, so this song is kind of about that chase to be it and then realizing that it is meaningless anyway. And being you is all that matters.
I could tell I was living in a world that wasn't made for brown-skinned girls. Just you wait it'll be a turn. And in the mirror I would say to her, I could be the it girl, can't you see? I could be the face on the magazine. Paint me like a debutante, your prom queen. Pretty little it girl, yeah, that's me. Do you ever feel like everywhere you go, you're just an act in the sideshow? Just a friend, a second thought. It's time you give them everything you got. I could be the it girl, can't you see? I could be the face on the magazine. Paint me like a debutante, your prom queen. Pretty little it girl, yeah, that's me. You're better off just being yourself. Why don't you look into the mirror and say, I wouldn't want you any other way. But I could be the it girl, can't you see? I could be the face on the magazine. Paint me like a debutante, your prom queen. Pretty little it girl, yeah, that's me. I could be the it girl, can't you see? I could be the face on the magazine. Paint me like a debutante, your prom queen. Pretty little it girl, yeah, that's me. Pretty little it girl, yeah, that's me. Pretty little it girl, yeah, that's me. But I don't give a shit, girl, yeah, that's me. Oh my gosh, I think I can almost hear my dog snore. Well, if you hear a doggy snoring in the background, that's just the element of nature in today's set, because my dog is a real snorer. He's really cute. Maybe you'll meet him at the end of the set. Okay, so I'm from New York City, born and raised. I actually just went to New York for the first time in a year and a half since the pandemic, and it was pretty wild to see my favorite city, my home, so changed, and so many businesses closed, Broadway no longer open, and it was really emotional. I cried that first night, and so anyway, I dedicate this to any of you who are really seeing your lives and your hometowns change so much right now, and this is dedicated also to all the businesses that have survived and the ones that have not. I know it's so hard to be a small business owner, and so and I know there are so many small businesses in Ashland, and so I hope that you're all doing okay out there. And so yeah, this is my song for all the businesses that have gone. This is the Ghosts of Houston Street. Shadows of who we used to be are haunting me, Our silhouettes on rooftop sheets are following me, Travel the world, but I keep coming right back to our old street, the only home I've ever had. They boarded up all those places where we'd meet, so I waved goodbye to the ghosts of Houston Street. They've gated all the parks and the bodegas are all gone. They took a part of me, And all our friends, they packed it up and moved along. It's no mystery, it's ancient history. I've traveled the world, but I keep coming right back to our old street, the only home I've ever had. They boarded up all those places where we'd meet, so I waved goodbye to the ghosts of Houston Street. Wave goodbye to the ghosts of Houston Street. Coming right back to our old street, the only home I've ever had. They boarded up all those places where we'd meet, so I waved goodbye to the ghosts of Houston Street. Wave goodbye to the ghosts of Houston Street. I wave goodbye to the ghosts of Houston Street.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I'm so grateful to all of you. And I just have a couple more songs left for you today. This next one is a song that I wrote about my mom. And it's really about her journey to the United States as an immigrant from Japan. And I love my mom. She's amazing. And she really is a woman of the world. And I really wanted to put her story to music in this album. So this is Change Your Name. It's my mother's immigration story.
On a boat from Japan, 5 stitches in my head, to America to meet my dad. Holding on to paper dolls, different food and different talk. I wonder if I'll like this new land. Holding on to what Mama said to me. They may change your name, they may change your name to something they can say, but you're gonna be okay. We arrived one room flat between Columbus and Amsterdam. I see other girls, but I don't look like them. Papa opens up a store, selling smokes and trinkets from back home, searching for some form of an American dream. Holding on to what Mama said to me. They may change your name, they may change your name to something they can say, but you're gonna be okay. They may call you names, we'll make it anyway. They can't change our ways, they may change your name. But you're the same to me. You're the same to me. You're the same to me. We'll call you Shirley. 'Cause they may change your name. They may change your name to something they can say, but you're gonna be okay. They may call you names, we'll make it anyway. They can't change our ways, they may change your name.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. I am Raye Zaragoza, and I hope to be back in Ashland very, very soon. It would make me so happy. So you can find me on Instagram at Raye Zaragoza, on Patreon, patreon.com/Raye Zaragoza if you want to support my music even further, and my website, rayezaragoza.com. And thanks, everyone. Send me a message with purple hearts letting me know that you found me at today's festival. And this is American Dream.
I've been thinking about the news. Daddy leaves it on all day through. I've been thinking about the wars. To be honest, I can't take it anymore. I hear you every day. The awful words you say, and hate can't be the face of the American dream. I've been thinking about my life, how one day I want to be a mother and a wife. I've been scared of that thought too. In a world of struggle, what are we gonna do? I hear you every day saying it's gonna be okay, but hate can't be the face of the American dream. And I know we've got a long way to go, but I've got to believe that change is a choice, and it can start with me. And I've been thinking about our mother, and how they took her away from her people, put her in a boarding school, away from her brother, sister, and culture. I can hear her every night saying we've gotta make this right, 'cause hate can't be the face of the American dream. And I know we've got a long way to go, but I've got to believe that change is a choice, and it can start with me. And change is a choice, and it can start with me. And change is a choice, and it can start with you.
Thank you so much to everyone at Ashland World Music Festival. Thank you for having me. I told you I would introduce you to the sleeping dog. So 1 minute. Let's go get him. Roxy. Come say hi. That's the best part about virtual music festivals, is you can bring your animals to them. Bronx is really happy you all came out to the show. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Hello. Welcome to the Q&A session with Raye Zaragoza. Raye, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful to have your set. It was just full of so many great, rich, meaty songs with such fun lyrics.
Thank you so much. It was so fun recording it, and I can't wait to play live in person for all of you soon.
How has it been going for you over the past year and a half now?
Whew, yeah, it's weird because I think for a while it definitely felt like, oh, this is a new thing. It's like a new normal, not being on the road, being home more. And now it just feels like this is life now and it's normal. And so I almost forget what it was like before. It feels like some distant reality of being on the road all the time and always traveling. I definitely think that there have been some silver linings for me, and I've been able to, reground myself artistically and emotionally and mentally. And it's been a deep reflective time the past year and a half, and a time that I think I needed after being on the road nonstop for 3 years. So it was definitely jarring, and it was really, really tough in the beginning, but I've definitely found like some gratitude within the whole thing.
Well, and you got to be home with your dog, your adorable dog that we got to meet in your video.
He was snoring, I know.
That's okay. I love that you called it nature.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I say funny things sometimes.
Let's see. You have been home, but you also mentioned in your recording that you have a new album. So is this new album something that's come out of your time over the last year? And let's just learn more about your new album in general.
Totally. No, the new album was written and recorded in 2018, 2019. So it feels like a long time ago. But we had to push it back. The release, it didn't get released until October because of COVID. Like I was going to release it, right around the time that COVID hit, and it just didn't feel like the right time. So I very slowly released it over the course of 2020, and very proud of the record. It's called Woman in Color, and you heard many of the songs today. But the record is pretty much about, coming into your own as a human being, and for me as a woman of color, and growing up with all kinds of insecurities based on my appearance, having brown skin, or just being mixed race, and feeling like I didn't have any racial community because I came from so many different worlds. And so I wanted to write an album about identity. And so I think that Woman in Color was kind of has some protest songs, kind of like protest songs, and also just real songs about reflection, and about I have a song about my mom and things like that. And so I almost feel like it's a little bit like this this album of processing my own identity and putting that out there in album form.
Have you heard much feedback from people who have been going through similar experiences about your music?
Yeah, I mean, I think recently actually I had someone on my Patreon message me about my song Change Your Name, about my mom and her immigration story. And she said that because of the song, she decided to talk to her parents about their immigration story and what their experience and them changing their names, and a conversation she didn't really have, I hadn't really had that conversation until I wanted to write the song. And it just goes to show, even as the children of immigrants, sometimes it's just kind of an understood thing, and we don't really talk about it that much. And it's a lot of that pain that's been really put under the rug of just well, this is survival, and we just have to keep moving forwards. And so she was brave enough to talk to her parents about it and hear the whole story, and get really just dive into what what it felt like for her parents to move here. And she said that she wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for the song, and that was really amazing to me. And then also just other young girls and people of all walks of life just telling me how much they relate to the songs really means a lot to me.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I definitely related to it. I loved the set that you put together for
you
this festival. That's pretty amazing, the impact of connecting over music for your friend and her parents, but also with your mom. Did you work on that song with your mom, or did you just a little bit? What was that process like?
I kind of interviewed my mom and then just kind of wrote it from there. And she was 3 when she moved to the United States. So, you know, a lot of her memories were like these little bits and pieces and fragments of memories. And so it was really like an interesting experience getting to piece them together, you know.
Very cool. And then let's see. I have to say, my most favorite song that you played was "Fight Like a Girl," and I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit about the inspiration behind that song.
Yes. So "Fight Like a Girl," I wrote. Actually, it was like around the time that I think I was like playing my first big tours, and people were telling me like, you play guitar really well for a girl. And I was like, and they meant it as a compliment. And I was like, I don't like that. Like, it made me feel like I actually suck, but because I'm a female, like there's like this lower bar of how good I should be at guitar. So like, I'm pretty good. And I just like thought about that. And I was like, I'm sick of this like expectation that women are, you know, can't perform as well, or they can't fight as well, or they can't do this as well, or blah, blah, blah. And so I wanted to write a song that really like rewrote that narrative of what it means to fight like a girl or play like a girl. And yeah, so yeah.
Very, very, I love it. Very empowered. We only have a couple minutes left. So things are opening back up. Are you going to start touring again soon? What are your plans as like things slowly return to?
Yeah.
Normal is the right word, but return.
Right. I know it's a little wild. It's like I can't really imagine returning to the way I was before this. And I was, you know, touring nonstop for 3 years. Like I can't imagine doing that. I'm excited to like be back on the road, and I should be touring this fall. But I think that I'm going to have more of a balance moving forward and like spend some like doing more from home and doing more live streams. And because I think we've all noticed that we can, you know, do a lot from home, and it's like better for the environment to not be flying and driving all the time. But also I would love to travel more again, and I would love to see people in real life. And yeah, so I think I'm looking forward to a balance and easing into it.
Nice. So where can people keep track of where you end up touring in the future and any upcoming albums you may be putting out?
Yes, so you can find my music and all my tour dates and everything at rayezaragoza.com. And you can see my spelling of my name, I'm sure, somewhere around here. And you also can find me on Instagram at Raye Zaragoza, or on Patreon at patreon.com/Raye Zaragoza.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us for the Ashland World Music Festival, Raye. It was so good to talk to you.
It was so good to talk to you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you again, Raye, for that wonderful performance and Q&A. It was so fun to catch up with you. This year, we're adding a new component to the festival, sound walks. We know everyone is probably excited to get outside whenever possible and take a break from a screen. So we decided, let's create something that is a part of the festival that helps people do that. If you're in the Ashland area, soundwalks are a way to enjoy the beautiful cityscapes and landscapes of Ashland, our gorgeous parks, art installations by local artists, and music from the main stage shows. There are 3 soundwalks this year: the Downtown Soundwalk, the Railroad District Soundwalk, and the North Mountain Park Soundwalk. Each soundwalk has its own unique audio stream, which you can find to stream or download on our website, rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF Soundwalks. And each route also has its own curated visual installations. The Downtown Soundwalk and the Railroad District Soundwalk have art installations by local artists, with a focus on BIPOC artists and student artists from throughout the valley. The North Mountain Nature Park Soundwalk has a living, growing installation of native plants to the area, and we've included some really fun audio of native birds and animals as well. Our soundwalks, our main stage concert, our heartbeat stories, this festival would not be possible without the support of our local sponsors, like the Valley 106.3 FM. Support for the Ashland World Music Festival comes from Bicoastal Media and the Valley 106.3. The Valley 106.3 is committed to supporting local nonprofits working with fire relief. They join with the Ashland World Music Festival in amplifying awareness and support for equitable fire relief in our community. And let's thank our longtime festival supporter, Southern Oregon Printing. Southern Oregon Printing at 924 South Central in Medford handles print jobs of all sizes for your business or personal needs. As our festival sponsor, they help amplify the call for equitable fire relief in our valley. All right, let's welcome our next group to the stage, Son Huitilín. This Portland-based group focuses on traditional folk music from throughout Mexico, all the different regions, but their specialty is the son jarrocho music out of the southern Vera Cruz area. So welcome Son Huitilín, and let's hear some traditional son jarrocho music. Be sure to stick around for a live Q&A with the band after the show.
Hi, we are Son Huitilín. We'd like to start our first song to honor Mother Earth. So check this out. the language of Huitilín.
like to continue with a set of songs that represent the Afro-Mestizo tradition from southern Vera Cruz. And we'd like to open up with El Sikisiri, which opens up with an invocation to the 4 cardinal directions and the 4 elements. El Sikisiri.
Divino cielo, te ruego permiso para empezar.
El son de los pollos.
next one we'd like to do is called El Compromiso, which means the commitment or the promise. And well, it's a compromiso that we all have to each other.
Okay, so our last song is La Bamba, and although there are many versions of it, this is the traditional style where it's originally from in Vera Cruz, Mexico.
And we would like to thank the Ashland World Music Festival for having us, and we hope to see you again soon. Again, we are Son Huitilín. Muchas gracias por invitarnos. It's been a pleasure.
Hello. Really quickly, before we jump into the Q&A with Huitilín, I want to give you a fundraiser update. We have officially reached $5,680, all going to the Ānuenue Farm Worker and Immigrant Family Fire Relief Fund to support the over 400 families that still need help with transitional housing, temporary housing, clothing, food, gas, all 8.5 months after the Almeda fires. So if you would like to contribute to this fund, you can find that at www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF fundraiser. Every contribution helps, and thank you so much for supporting our whole community as we work towards recovery from the fire. Okay, so now let's jump into our live Q&A with Huitilín. Hello.
Hi.
So nice to see you all. So let's go around and please introduce yourself. And let's start with you with the lovely yellow walls. I could say your name, but.
Hi, everyone. My name is Susan Jacobo. I am a musician, obviously, in Huitilín. And yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Hi. Hi, my name is Rosa Floyd, and I'm Sherman's wife, and I'm a dancer, and I do part of percussion with the dancing, and yeah.
And I'm Sherman Floyd, and I play the jarana and other stringed instruments, and yeah.
I would like to add that my dad wasn't able to be here today, but my dad is actually the other member of Huitilín, so I'm here kind of representing the both of us.
Oh, wonderful. Well, hello to your dad from all of us at the Ashland World Music Festival, and please tell him thank you for such a wonderful performance. And thank you all for such a wonderful performance. That was so beautiful. I'm getting texts right now saying, tell them we really love their cover of La Bamba. Tell them the rose bush in the back is beautiful. What great framing and thought you all put into your performance. Thank you so much. Son jarrocho music. This is something that not everyone might be really knowledgeable about. What should we know about this type of music?
I'll go ahead and say a little bit about son jarrocho, or música de jarana, which is a traditional style of music from Vera Cruz in the southern part of Mexico. It really is a blend of the different roots or the influence from Africa, from Europe, and the indigenous roots as well. And it is really, I call it sort of the jazz or the blues music of Mexican folk. And that's one of the ways that it differs from other traditional styles of music from Mexico, that it's really community oriented, and it really tries to get everybody involved, whether they're singing or dancing or playing an instrument, or, you know, preparing the music for a fandango, for example. And it is, yeah, it's a beautiful music. Sherman or Rosa, if you would like to add anything.
Well, the music is kind of what happens at the fandangos, and the fandangos are community celebrations that celebrate anything, you know, a birthday, an anniversary, a birth, a death. You know, every community event is celebrated with music and a fandango. And it is a way to bring people together, and you know, it's a beautiful thing to bring people together. We have a community that has folks from Seattle and Portland and Salem and Eugene, and of course we haven't been getting together much this last year, but it is a nice, very nice community building event.
So what brought you all together to start playing this music together?
So we actually met at a fandango in Portland several years ago. I don't even remember which year it was. Was it 5 or 6, 7 years ago?
7 years ago.
7 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that is how we met. There was a musician from Vera Cruz who played. He passed away, unfortunately, but he was here visiting in Oregon, and so we came together, and yeah, that's kind of where we started deciding to play together as a group and as friends.
Wonderful. And so the Fandango community around Portland, what is that like? I don't get to go very often. I'm a few hundred miles away.
The Son Jarocho community in Portland is, I would want to say it's growing and it's evolving as ever. There are some communities in Portland, also in Salem, Eugene, Sherman mentioned also in Seattle. And even some folks from Northern California have come up to this fandango sometimes.
And Olympia.
Yes, and so one part of the whole community aspect is that there are folks who are teaching workshops on Son Jarocho music, and also, like us, we're doing performances to try to expose more people to this music. And yeah, that I would say is kind of the best way to describe the community of Son Jarocho in Portland. I don't know if there's anything else I'm missing, Sherman or Rosa.
We also try to teach this and pass the tradition to kids at school, and in Woodburn we have in one of the schools where I work at, and Susan used to work at, introduce this to the students. Then we have a group of students from 3rd to 5th grade, and they are already doing some Son Jarocho. Susan start teaching the music, and then we have Arturo, another teacher. We have a folkloric dance, and we put it together to perform, then be part of that community. Then I think that is the seed that we kind of plant with little kids to learn about it and have love for the music and pass to parents and community.
Wonderful. I think you probably planted a number of seeds here in our community with a love for Son Jarocho as well. Where should we look if we want to follow Huitilín and keep informed about upcoming events you might have, or anything else you might be sharing about this music and this community?
We have a Facebook page, so look at Facebook, Son Huitilín, also on Instagram. And Huitilín, by the way, is the Nahuatl word for hummingbird or colibri. So that's where the name Son Huitilín comes from. And the hummingbirds are traditionally seen as kind of messengers between the physical world and the spirit world. Yeah, it's just the nice thing about this music is that it's simple enough so that people can play it if they just know a few chords, but yet if someone knows their chops and they can really play, then you can really make it as complex or as simple as you like. And it has a very open improv structure, and so yeah, it's that's why Susan said it was the jazz, really the jazz of Mexico.
Wonderful. Well, I look forward to finding more performances of yours to attend in person next time I'm in Portland. And thank you all so much for being here today. We are so lucky to have had you.
Thank you to Rogue Music and to everybody and all the sponsors. And we hope to see you in person sometime in the future. Thank you.
Yes, we do too.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bye. Thank
you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Son Huitilín, for such a fantastic performance and Q&A. It was great to talk with you and to learn so much more about the music. Once again, as a reminder, this year we are holding a fundraiser just like last year for Alameda Fire Recovery and Relief. Our goal is to raise $10,000 for the Ānuenue Farm Worker and Immigrant Family Fire Relief Fund. This fund supports the hundreds of families in our community who were displaced by the fire 8.5 months ago and are still seeking transitional or even temporary housing. All support raised for this fund helps families with everyday needs like clothing, food, gas, and shelter. If you'd like to donate to this fund, you can visit www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF fundraiser. Thank you so much for your contribution. Every single dollar helps. This event, the festival, the main stage concert with these 6 amazing performers, the heartbeat stories, our sound walks, the fundraiser, none of it would be possible without our wonderful local sponsors, like Legit Ship. Support for our festival comes from Legit Ship CBD. Legit Ship is a team of young professionals providing top-notch solutions for CBD wholesale and logistics in the Rogue Valley. From seed to sale, they support the Southern Oregon hemp industry in achieving sustainability and prosperity. Legit Ship is dedicated to ethical practices and job creation within the community. As arts patron sponsors, Legit Ship CBD leads the hemp community in support of the arts and our festival's fundraising goal of equitable fire relief for our community's immigrant family farm workers. Learn more at www.legitshipcbd.com. And let's thank Rosebud Media. Rosebud Media is dedicated to providing the community with thorough, credible news and content. As our festival sponsor, they help amplify the call to support the arts and equitable fire relief for all Rogue Valley residents. And thank you to Banjo Boy Coffee. Support for our festival comes from Banjo Boy Coffee, inviting you to wake up to good music. Banjo Boy, the Nell Jim Band, and Whippoorwill Arts invite the whole community to wake up to equitable opportunities for roots musicians and artists to thrive through collaboration, fair wages, and equity. As a sponsor, Banjo Boy helps us amplify the call for social justice and equitable fire relief in our valley. Thank you, Banjo Boy. Speaking of the Nell Jim Band, let's get ready to invite them to the stage. We're so happy to have this group back for a 2nd year in a row. They are with us from the Bay Area, and this group does such a fun blend of swing, folkabilly, bluegrass, Appalachian music. Their presence here is always a real treat. Be sure to stay tuned after their performance for a Q&A with Nell and Jim.
So excited to be here, and thank you so much for joining us for this this show. We don't get to see each other that often since this crazy flu has come around. It's changed all of our lives a lot, and we don't have as much music together as we used to. We used to practice once a week, get together once a week and see each other, and then have lunch together. And so it's a real treat to be able to play with our band. Of course, Jim and I live together, so we can practice and play music whenever we like. But we're very, very happy to be here and share mostly our original music with you. So we're going to do a song that you wrote called Travel on the Road West, and it has a great story behind it. And so please introduce that.
I've written a couple songs that were based on true stories of my family moving to California during the Dust Bowl, my family on my father's side. And my grandfather was a sharecrop farmer in Arkansas and moved to California during the Dust Bowl and settled in the Bay Area. And my dad told me stories about picking cotton in Arkansas and then picking cotton in California and how difficult that was. And I've always been so thankful that he taught me how to pick guitar. And this is a tune written about that experience called, and based on the book, also it was inspired by the book Grapes of Wrath. And so John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath, here's one called Traveling the Road West. 1, 2, 3. Traveling the road west, it's a dry, hot, dusty road where you ain't gonna get no rest. Ain't gonna get no rest, boy, ain't gonna get no rest. Back in 36, we bought us a bucket of rust, sold everything that we had and left that bowl of dust. The days were hot and the tempers they were too. The drone of the tar on the hot black tar would put a spell on you.
Traveling the road west, traveling the road west. It's a dry, hot, dusty road where you ain't gonna get no rest. Ain't gonna get no rest, boy, ain't gonna get no rest. Left all we ever knew to head for the western shore. Such hard traveling we never had seen before. 4 days on 66 and we lost a tire and tube. Spent 2 days in the Texas sun with nothing left to lose. Traveling the road west, traveling the road west. It's a dry, hot, dusty road where you ain't gonna get no rest. Ain't gonna get no rest, boy, ain't gonna get no rest. Out in California, where they sing a different tune. Too many hands, so little work, and never enough food. Memories come flowing back with images of the past. Well, I pity the poor and the homeless and pray that they will last. Traveling the road west, traveling the road west. It's a dry, hot, dusty road where you ain't gonna get no rest. Ain't gonna get no rest, boy, ain't gonna get no rest. Traveling the road west, traveling the road west. It's a dry, hot, dusty road where you ain't gonna get no rest. Ain't gonna get no rest, boy, ain't gonna get no rest. Traveling the road west.
That was really great, you guys. Oh, that's so fun. So this is a song that I wrote with a friend of mine. I wrote a poem, and then I sent it to a friend of mine, Gregory Beatty, and he emailed back a melody to it, and that's how we wrote the song together. And it's called Complicated. And just listen to the words, see if you can relate, sing along.
Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
How do I feel? Don't ask me that. It's way too complicated to say. I feel like honey. I feel like dirt. I love you. I hate you. I'm afraid. Oh, honey, I'm lonesome tonight. But I want you to leave me alone. Still, I'd rather have your warm embrace than the cold comfort of the phone. Well, my heart says one thing, my head says another. My words come out wrong too. Why are things so complicated when it comes to you? All right.
Jim Curlin, what do you got to say about it?
How about you, Jimmy Nunley? beautiful collection of folk songs, very old Polish folk songs that Felician Skopski put together. And this one is called Periwinkle Wreath. And the periwinkle has actually has, I guess, a couple of different meanings. One is it represents a wedding celebration, and it also represents death. And so in this this old folk song, there's a story that kind of weaves both of those themes in. So here it is, Periwinkle Wreath. Periwinkle wreath, I had thee hung on a wooden peg. I had thee hung on a wooden peg in the cottage wall when people came and took thee off. Hop vine, poor thing, climb higher. Hop vine, poor thing, climb higher. Creep the pole aloft. Now thou art high, now lower. Climb up the wall, climb higher. Climb aloft, poor thing. Wonderful. All right, you guys. Gorgeous.
Great singing there.
Oh, thank you so much.
What do we got?
Home is where I long to be.
Okay.
I don't know if everybody feels that way anymore. Is home where you really long to be? No, not so, but usually that is how we feel because we're out on the road and traveling and, staying in hotels and things like that so much, but still. home has become like a nest now, right? I mean, we rode our bikes around the neighborhood recently, and everybody's like doing home improvement projects. Gardening, sprucing up, painting, adding a room so you can actually have like separation between family members.
Here's a tune that I wrote many years ago, and it was about being on the road and being away from home so often. Maybe want to be at home. And here's one called Home's Where I Long to Be. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Lonely roads I've traveled far away can leave me with a feeling like I have today. Longing to be back in a place that I know well. Home's where I long to be. Think about the stories I love to hear, memories of the old times we would share, yearning to be back in a place that I know well. Home's where I long to be. Here's a word to my friends and folks back home. When I return with stories to tell, you're the reason to be back in a place that I know well. Home's where I long to be. That's where I long to be. Home where I long to be.
Yeah, I got that one. That's more better. That's more better. This next song is another one that that Jim and I wrote with our friend Chris. It's a personal one, personally powerful for me. This is a song that I wrote the lyrics as a poem for my niece Gigi, and it's in her honor. She was addicted to heroin, and she passed away at age 24. And so her family and all of us have been through a lot trying to support her and now grieving for her. And as we've begun to sing this song out in the community, we find so many other people have faced a very similar situation. And so this goes out to all the families and all the people who are struggling with addiction. It's called Hurricane. A storm blew through me that night. Your wild wind ripped my eyes. Then there you were, my little my heart the first day of your life. Sheltered by love, could we both rest? In my arms you found a home. Time sped by and then you left, those days of innocence gone. I learned to listen for a sound at my door, to let you shivering in, to just be close but not too close, taking refuge just one time more. The word is feral, it came to my mind when I looked into your eyes. Your gaze fixed to some foreign land I would seek but never find. Though hurricane winds be ripping, exploding thunder down lines, you clawed your way out of my arms, hungry, cold, and dripping. Then back into the storm you flew, ideas of home blown apart. I know you tried, it's not your fault. Am I to blame? I tried to. No one to protect you from yourself. No food, no shelter, no love could keep you safe from the storm. Fight scarred, heavy bellied, you fell. Though hurricane winds be ripping, exploding thunder down lines, into the dark I fly to you, barefoot, blind and flipping. Like a storm blown through me by night, your wild wind ripped my eyes and made them sting and made them water, broke my heart each day of your life. So cold, the cold I felt at your door, you were already gone. My beautiful girl, my hurricane, be at peace, baby, struggle no more. Though hurricane winds be ripping, exploding thunder down lines, from the eye of the storm you gaze at me, quiet, peaceful, forgiving. My hurricane, my beautiful girl. This is a Jim Nunnally original. And when were you feeling shackled and chained, Jim? Tell us about it.
I wasn't ever feeling shackled and chained. No, but one of my favorite movies of all time is Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And on that movie, you know, he spends a lot of time in prison, runs away, then he gets caught, and that's what inspired this song.
Yeah, why'd he go to prison? Was he cutting the head? When they cut the heads
Oh,
off
that's
of
right.
parking meters?
Yes, he went to prison because he was drunk and he was cutting the heads off of parking meters and.
Yeah, which we think is a public service.
That's
right.
Yeah. Exactly. I do think of that as a public service. So here's one called "Shackled and Chained to a Work Gang."
Shackled and chained to a work gang, that's how I spend my time. Hoeing and a shoveling, slinging and a chopping, every day from 5 to 5. Yeah, that's how I spend my time, every single day, and for the rest of my life. Shackled and chained to a work gang. I thought I had a plan. Well, I could run any scheme of about anything, but they caught up with me. And with no place for my sprees, here I'll waste my life away, shackled and chained to a work gang. Shackled and chained to a work gang, that's how I spend my time. Oh, and a shoveling, slinging, and a chopping, every day from 5 to 5. Yeah, that's how I spend my time, every single day, and for the rest of my life, shackled and chained to a work gang. Turn back the hands of time, I would fly away from this cell. I'd set a straight path, do as they ask, and live a life away from this hell. Well, now that's just another dream, and here I'll toil my life away, shackled and chained to a work gang. Shackled and chained to a work gang, that's how I spend my time. Oh, and it's shoveling, slinging, and it's chopping, every day from 5 to 5. Yeah, that's how I spend my time, every single day, and for the rest of my life, shackled and chained to a work gang. Yeah, that's how I spend my time, shackled and chained to a work gang.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jim Dog getting down with that
Shackled
big
and
bass.
chained.
This is a song that is so special to me, and I had got a chance to walk the Camino de Santiago, and this was in a very big year of my life. I was turning 50. My dad had just passed away, and my world had kind of been turned upside down, and I decided it was a good time to take a long walk. So I went to Spain, and I walked this ancient path that has been walked by millions of people before me, and many, many people still walking it every year. And it's such a beautiful journey. I took 5 weeks and walked almost 500 miles and took Sundays off. Learned a lot of interesting things about Spain, practiced my Spanish, met wonderful people, got blisters on my toes from all that walking, and learned that along this, the path of the pilgrimage, there's all these little tiny Spanish villages. And in every single village, there is a podiatrist. So this pilgrimage has been happening for so long that all of the local people really understand people with foot problems. And some of us really did hobble in to the final destination of the pilgrimage, and it's a place on the coast, which ancient people thought was the end of the world. And so it's the name of the little place is Finisterre, end of the world, end of the earth. And so I started a song there while I was walking, and when I came back, I brought it to Jim, and we put it together, and here it is.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You've been walking, walking in my sleep, chasing the shadows from my dreams, taking me to places I thought I'd never see. Finally I feel the road beneath my feet, and you've been talking, talking quietly of love and sacrifice and destiny, and how our souls rise up to meet. All my life love was hard, now it's easy. You're walking, walking in my sleep, through forests and over creeks, climbing hills and crossing fields of wheat. You're walking, walking in my sleep. On mi Finisterre. I hear you calling, calling out to me. Your voice like a sunbeam on the sea, drifting up from the deep, awakening the soul I'm bound to meet. En el sueño estamos caminando y despertados por el camino, apresando la alegría y el sufrimiento. Juntos vivimos el misterio. Estás caminando, paseando por mi sueño, a través de bosques y arroyos, trepando cerros
Here's a tune that I wrote. This is one that was inspired by my work when I was a young fella. I went to trade school and became a welder. And I also played guitar at night, playing gigs. But it's called Steel. And we're down here a little bit in Brisbane, right next to San Francisco. But when I think about this song, I think about working on the Dumbarton Bridge. And I worked on all the metal sections on that upper section of the Dumbarton Bridge. Now, I don't drive across it my own self, so you guys be careful if you're driving across it down there. But no, it's built right. It really is. Here's one. It's called Steel.
These calloused old hands have worked the shipyard steel. They played the saddest songs that you could ever feel, and dried teardrops on a cold and lonely night, knowing when to let go and when to hold on tight. These calloused old hands have built my life. Well, I hung from oil rigs when I was 21, and I played dingy bars for a pocket full of fun. Chipped slag from a new-made weld, making a rhythmic sound, to take my mind from the shipyard out to the fiddling ground,
to play another round.
I walked the heights of the cold hard pipe, hundreds of feet from ground, sang my songs in concert halls half the world around, worked on the hot black steel in 100-degree heat, shielded myself from the molten sparks with the leather from head to feet. It can nearly make you weep. These calloused old hands have worked the shipyard steel. They played the saddest songs that you could ever feel, and dried teardrops on a cold and lonely night, knowing when to let go and when to hold on tight. These calloused old hands have built my life. From bridges to oil rigs, pipelines to rails, I worked the molten steel and I listened for the wail of the whistle at quitting time to go and rest my head. Thankful I made it through another day, working full speed ahead, dreaming of a guitar in my hands. These calloused old hands have worked the shipyard steel. They played the saddest songs that you could ever feel, and dried teardrops on a cold and lonely night, knowing when to let go and when to hold on tight. These calloused old hands have built my life.
That's one of my favorite of Jim's songs, and every word in it is true. I think that's one of the things I love the best about it. And this is one of our boiling pot of water compositions, which is when we put on a big pot of water to boil because we're going to make pasta. And then we go into separate rooms and we write songs. And then we come back when it's done and we compare notes, and then we eat dinner. This will be our last song. So please check us out, nellandjim.com. Sign up for our email list if you want to get special access to some of our shows and hear about our next album. So, Jim, do you want to tell them a little bit about this song?
It speaks for itself by the title.
Okay.
The title is Bass Fiddle Fanfare. This is a bass fiddle, and this is a fanfare.
Okay, very good.
Bass fiddle fanfare.
Yes. All right.
Goes like that.
Thank you so much.
And then it's over.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll hopefully see you down the road. Bye.
All right. That was a wonderful set by our fantastic band, Nell and Jim, and the wonderful, I'm going to start that again. So that was a fantastic set by the Nell and Jim Band. We're so glad to have them joining us again for the 2021 Ashland World Music Festival. They were with us during the 2020 Ashland World Music Festival, and we're just so lucky that we get to have them 2 years in a row. Welcome back. Nell and Jim to our
Thank
live
you
Q&A.
so much. Thank you. And it's so nice to see you. And we feel really honored to be included twice in a row. And you know, we love you guys and what you're all about, and love your activism and commitment to causes. So we really feel like synchronistic with you guys.
Oh, thank you so much. Right back at you. We have been following the various virtual concerts that it's Whippoorwill Arts that's
Yes.
producing, right? And that is connected with the Nell and Jim Band as like an umbrella parent organization. Is that how that works?
Well, yeah, it would actually, we named it the name of our LLC just as a business name, and kind of as an umbrella for other kinds of projects, our band and music and albums and other things. But what's happened is that the activist side, especially in the last year when our tours and gigs were all canceled, just got super active. And so a lot of the things, you know, that we started, like the Banjo Boy Coffee concerts and some of the projects with like local LGBTQ organizations and young people, these things kind of got lives of their own. And so we've decided to create a nonprofit. And that has actually just been officially approved by the state of California and will be launched officially later this summer.
Nice, nice.
Mm-hmm.
So we are really lucky first to have the Banjo Boy Coffee leg of various organizations as a sponsor here. I just want to do a quick shout out to Banjo Boy Coffee. And then I wanted to thank you for all the effort that this other branch of your organizations has been putting into producing artists of color and LGBTQ artists. It's been really fun to watch and to just have another really incredible virtual offering to participate in and to inspire our virtual offering.
Well, I love that. I love it that we can kind of inspire each other because you guys inspire us too. And of course, Rochelle First is the manager of Whippoorwill Arts, and she'll be the executive director of the new nonprofit. And she just deserves a huge amount of credit for, you know, vision and organization. And she's just a tremendous person. We feel super lucky that she's running things.
Yeah, she's so wonderful to work with. I feel lucky that I get to work with her too. But before it slips my mind, I wanted to ask you, because you have one other big announcement for this past year that you've been working towards. You had an album release come out, correct?
Yes, we did. Yes. We did.
Can you fill us in a bit about that?
Well, we're really proud of the new record, and it was unfortunate that we were all geared up to take it out on the road and do a lot of touring last year. We had tours scheduled to Poland and to Germany,
Spain,
and
England, Ireland.
England and Ireland, yes, and 2 really nice tours to Canada. They were all in the works, and they were all canceled. You know, by late March of last year, they were canceled, and now that stuff is kind of geared towards the promotion of our new record called Western Sun. And the new record was produced by a great artist from the San Francisco Bay Area who was in a band called the Youngbloods, and you may have heard them. There's a song called Let's Get Together.
Come on, people now.
Yeah.
Right? Call on each other, everybody get together, try to love one another right now.
So he was instrumental in the success of that record, and he played in the band when they recorded it and helped arrange it, and so
and his name is Lowell Levenger.
His name is Lowell Levenger, yes, also known as Banana. And so we asked him if he'd be interested in producing our record, and he agreed to do it. And so it was really wonderful to work with him. We recorded it down here in San Rafael at a great studio called Laughing Tiger, and it was really everything went together really smoothly. The band sounded great, and most of the tracks just kind of came off of the cuff there, and we're really happy with the way it turned out. And it's got kind of a, you know, because CDs now are it came out in we put it out on CD.
It's like,
and
what's that?
Yeah, and a lot of people are now starting to not use CDs, but we thought, well, we'll include a souvenir booklet. And so it's really it's a nice booklet that we printed with it several, I don't know how many pages, 14
Photos
pages.
and lyrics and
Photos,
stories
lyrics,
and yeah.
So we're real happy with it, and we're hoping that, this year we'll be able to get some more movement with it. But last year we had some really great publicity around it, and also the Spotify announced it as one of their top 20 records of the year. So
that's so exciting.
I know.
Yeah.
It's really exciting. And Spotify still plays it a bunch. There's one particular track called Sequoia Gold that they play that they seem to really love. And it was 2 months at the top of the folk charts, and so it was great. But it's really funny because in a way it's sort of like it's also feels like we've done that, but we haven't really. It was really a weird year for everybody in that way.
How are you doing? How has it been getting through this last year as performing artists? What has that been like for you?
You want to start?
Well, it was really interesting. I've had the same feelings of a lot of other people, where you kind of thought maybe you'd get into writing your songs or doing getting more involved in your music, but it really wasn't that way at all. I think that if anything, I probably got caught up. Personally, I probably got caught up in Netflix and Apple TV as much as anybody else, just kind of like binge watching shows and things like that. I mean, I don't know if it was just the fear of going away from the house or something, and what was the purpose of playing music if you couldn't play for people, and that made it difficult to sort of suss out like what are we going to do, But I did, for sure. We've had a lot of meetings with a lot of different people, and I definitely felt like we were going to come out of this and things were going to get better, as I feel like they are now. And I think there's, a light at the end of the tunnel that's shining for us all to, help guide the way out of the pandemic and move forward and hopefully be a healthier world.
Yeah.
Is that perhaps beginning to inspire a little bit for you, a little creatively for you?
We are we're getting asked to play at festivals and events and various things. And I think that on one hand, we feel excited about that because it is a sign that the world is opening up and live music is coming back. On the other hand, we feel really cautious and we still feel a little concerned because most places are not talking with us right up front about COVID protocols. And so it hasn't yet, I think a lot of musicians are really thinking about that. We're vaccinated, thank goodness, and our whole band is vaccinated. But the kind of places that we go into to play live, we want to have a conversation. And so there's sort of like this little added caution where we really want to talk about it because say that we're booked in September or October, we don't know what the situation will be at that time. And so we're just looking for ways to engage with bookers and events and festivals where we can discuss it. And, kind of where we've landed is to say, we'd like for everybody involved to commit to following CDC guidelines. So if it's October and CDC says this and it's safe, we're all good. But if CDC says these things have to be followed, we want you to promise us that's what you plan to do, what you plan to do. So it's it's a time of uncertainty. On one hand, feeling excited about things, on the other hand, feeling a little bit cautious, and also thinking things have changed. We aren't going to go back to doing everything exactly the way that we did, but we don't know we don't necessarily know how things have changed. What exactly will that mean for us? So that's kind of where we are. It's just a little bit on uncertain ground.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that people are reaching out to you and that there's the potential for you to be connecting with audiences live again. I'm sure that is an exciting idea, even if there are some some extra bits to navigate as you're moving forward. If people who caught the show today want to check out your other body of work or the whole album that we were talking about today, where should they look?
Great, thanks for asking. If they would like to order CD, they can order it directly from us at nellandjim.com. It's also on iTunes and Amazon, and on Spotify, as Jim said. So you can get it song by song or stream it. But if you order it from us, we'll sign a note to you, and of course, then you're supporting the artist directly. So thank you. And on our website, it has this new album and all of our previous albums too.
Wonderful. And I think they can also find some Banjo Boy coffee.
Yes,
Exactly.
absolutely.
And they go really well together. A nice cup of coffee and some nice music. So
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much for taking some time to chat with us after your set, and good luck with all of your potential upcoming live shows.
Great.
And we can't wait to hear whatever album comes out next.
Great. Thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you again to Nell and Jim. Okay, so you've heard me talking about the sound walks. How do you do it? You go to our website, www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF soundwalks. And then you pick which soundwalk you want to try first. We have the Downtown Soundwalk, the Railroad District Soundwalk, and the North Mountain Park Soundwalk. Each soundwalk has its own page. On that page, you'll find the audio that you can either stream or download from the webpage, and a map with all of the installation sites marked. You'll also find some extra information about the artists along the route, any collaborative efforts you need to know about that have helped make that soundwalk happen, and other key pieces of information. This is our first year adding soundwalks into the mix, and we are excited to see how it goes. Let us know if you soundwalk and how your sound experience goes. Soundwalks, the Heartbeat Festival, this main stage event, the festival in total, none of that would happen without the support of our wonderful sponsors. Let's thank AARP Oregon for their sponsorship a second year in a row. Support for the Ashland World Music Festival comes from sponsors like AARP Oregon. AARP is dedicated to equipping each individual to live their best life. Part of that dedication is enhancing the quality of life for all as we age, and music is a big part of what makes life great. AARP is proud to sponsor the Ashland World Music Festival's safe and age-friendly hybrid festival again in 2021. As a supporter of fire relief for residents of the Rogue Valley, AARP Oregon joins Rogue World Music and Ashland Parks and Rec in amplifying the call for equitable fire relief in our community. Learn more at www.aarp.org. And a thank you to First Interstate Bank.
What if a bank wasn't built around money? What if it was built around you? Around people? That's worth more than money. And it's what we built this bank to hold. First Interstate Bank.
Thank you so much for being with us throughout this show. We've reached our final act of the 2021 Ashland World Music Festival Main Stage concert. As our final act, let's welcome to the stage Las Horas. This duo features both traditional music and original compositions played on traditional Andean instruments. Be sure to stay tuned for a live Q&A with this duo, half of which will be calling in from Ashland, Oregon, and the other half from Argentina.
Hi, my name is Federico Benque, and I welcome you to the Ashland World Music Festival. We are Las Horas, a duo that plays Andean music with a modern twist. The members are Sebastián Alcaraz on Andean wind instruments, and myself, Federico Benque, on Andean string instruments. We hail from the city of Mendoza in Argentina, a beautiful town located at the foot of the Andean mountains. We are so happy that you tuned in to watch our performance. I would like to introduce you to some of the instruments that we're using. This is the siku. It's an instrument made up of reeds of different lengths tied together. Together they make a G major or E minor scale. Traditionally speaking, the instrument is split in two. Each player gets only half of the notes needed to play a full scale. So if you want to play a full song, you need to collaborate. This is a fascinating aspect of Andean culture. In their cosmology or view of the universe, everything is made up of dualities that complement each other, just like these two instruments. Now, I would like to introduce you to some of the string instruments that we use. This is the instrument you've seen me playing in the video. It's called ronroco, and it is the larger sibling to the more known charango. The ronroco has 5 pairs of strings: D, G, B, E, and B. The next song we're going to play is called Luna. We hope you enjoy it. Sebastian and I would like to thank Anna Byers and all the wonderful people at Rogue World Music for having believed in us and for having invited us to perform at this Ashland World Music Festival. Thank you. We also thank you for having joined us, for having tuned in to watch our performance. We are Las Horas with Sebastián Alcaraz and myself, Federico Benque. This last song is called Las Horas. It's the song that gave our duo its name. It's the first song that Sebastián and I co-wrote together. We hope you enjoy it, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, hi. I am going to give a really quick fundraiser update, you two. Thank you so much for being here, and then we'll get to the questions for you. So our fundraiser for the Ānuenue Farm Worker and Immigrant Family Fire Relief Fund, it's going really well. We have been hovering at 5,780 for a little bit, and we really would love to try to get to 6,000 by the end of my Q&A with Sebastian and Federico. Our goal is to raise $10,000 in fire relief for families here in the Rogue Valley. It has been 8.5 months since the Almeida fire, and yes, there are over 400 families who can still use fire relief support. So maybe I have a couple $110 donations out there. Maybe I have a single $220 donation. Maybe I have a number of $20 donations, 11 to be exact. Let's find out. You can make your donation at www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF fundraiser. And if you don't tonight, you can for the rest of the weekend. So help us reach $10,000 by the end of Monday, Memorial Day, and we will have hit our goal in supporting our community as we recover from an outrageous wildfire. Okay, so now let's get back to our Q&A with Federico and Sebastian. Welcome. Bienvenidos.
Thank you, Ana.
Thank you. That was so beautiful. Que linda. I've heard your acoustic version where it's just the two of you, each playing an instrument, and that's it. So how did you do a two-man orchestra? That's my first question.
Well, usually we begin writing the songs and we send each other, because we're in 2 different continents, we send each other little demos of ideas. And then it's kind of like a ping pong, back and forth. Like I send Sebastian a few chords, then he sends me back that same thing with a few melodies. And then that's the process until we start orchestrating our songs little by little, layer by layer. Yeah, it's painstaking but fun.
It must be fun. That sounds very detail oriented and like a lot of time for a passion.
Thank you, Ana.
And then I'm noticing some really beautiful blends of very traditional music and very contemporary sounding music. And I'm wondering if you might speak a little bit about how you blend the two, what your process is, what your inspirations are.
Well, that's at the core of who and where we are. And that was actually our mission statement as we started. Sorry, my family's texting me and the texts show up. That's at the core, like that, that's at the core of our mission statement, to fuse those roots, those Andean and those roots from South and Latin America with other instruments that don't belong in that world, but they do, because we make it. We make them go together. But that's actually what I would say that's our mission statement, to fuse those two worlds together.
Okay. And I don't even know how you go about that. Like, do you have a set process, or is it just however you're inspired and however you're like creating together that makes that happen?
Do you mind if I touch base with Sebastian?
Please.
Seba nos está diciendo en qué punto que las canciones empiezan acústicas, en qué punto se empiezan a bifurcar y cómo tomamos esas decisiones de qué cosas van a ser más electrónicas y qué cosas van a ser más acústicas o andinas.
Bien, los temas surgen totalmente acústicos y en este ida y vuelta nosotros vamos prueba y error, digamos, tratando de agregar diferentes sonoridades que queremos.
Do you want me to give you a little translation?
Perhaps for people watching who do not speak Spanish, that would be helpful.
So far in our process, the songs begin as acoustic jams, basically with a very simple charango or a very simple sicuri or flute, and then it's that trial and error that we do, trial and error, and trying sounds, experimenting a little bit, adding effects, and see what we like and what we don't, and then discarding and keeping.
Wonderful. I'm curious who were each of your respective teachers in this area of music. Like, how did you become familiar with both the traditional music, because you have to be familiar with that before you can start changing it,
Seba, ¿quién es tu fuente de inspiración andina? ¿Quién es tu maestro, digamos, o tu persona a la cual seguís?
Pasa, yo, digamos, me nutro de diferentes músicas. Vengo como de la música clásica por el violín, de la música de los Andes tradicionales, con maestros como Uña Ramos, o Bolivia Manta, o grupos antiguos, pero tengo un panorama de la música muy amplio, desde la música clásica, el jazz, el folclore y la música andina tradicional. Entonces, todo, estoy en un constante, en una influencia constante, digamos, de todas esas músicas. No es algo particular.
Sí, gracias. And you, Federico?
Well, we both share we studied together at the conservatory, so we both share those classical roots, from that. And then I went more into the electronic part, and machine, drum machines, all that stuff, sound design. And then from Sebastian, I came back to that more South American folklore, to those roots, and from him, and yeah, so that's when we decided to merge our two half spheres into one whole sphere, and that's our process.
Very cool, very cool. Is there any upcoming project that you are hoping to fill us in on at the moment?
Yes, we actually, the songs you heard are part of, we want to record an EP, an extended play album of 3 or 4 songs that we would like to release soon. And the songs you heard they are part of the recording process we're going through right now to release those songs. And so stay tuned with our Instagram and Facebook, because we're going to put those on Bandcamp very soon. And then hopefully we're going to be able to bring back Sebastian to the United States next year and do a little Oregon and maybe California tour next year for 2022.
Where should people go to find out more information about all of this?
Seba, les damos el Instagram, ¿no?
Sí.
Okay, this is very high tech. That's
A little higher. A little higher.
That's our Instagram handle, and then our Facebook handle.
Perfect.
And should I keep it? So it's basically our name with the duo at the front.
Wonderful. I will link to that on our webpage too, where we have
Thank you.
as performers.
Thank you.
And
So we're relatively new, a new duo. Even we've been playing for 20 years, but this iteration of our duo is relatively new, and so we're still working on websites and things like that. But stay tuned through our Instagram and Facebook for pictures or little rehearsals that we have recorded, and of course our album.
Wonderful. We will, and I'll put that up so people can find it through our website at www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF. And thank you so much. Gracias.
Thank you, Ana. Thank you for inviting us to play. We're very grateful to Rogue World Music and to you.
Oh, thank you. We're so pleased that you could be here, and we're honored that you took the time to craft such an incredible performance for us. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
Noches. Bye.
Gracias, chao, Fede.
Ciao. And that is the end of our 2021 Ashland World Music Festival Main Stage concert. Thank you to all of you for joining us for this event and these performances. A huge shout out of gratitude to all of the participating artists this year. And a thank you to every one of you who has already contributed to our fundraiser for the Ānuenue Farm Worker and Immigrant Families Fire Relief Fund. If you would like to make a contribution now or at any point during the weekend, you can do so at www.rogueworldmusic.org/AWMF fundraiser. Thank you so much for these contributions. Every single one is key to helping our Rogue Valley community rebuild and restore. We hope that all of you out there who are in the Rogue Valley area will come on down to Ashland and try out our sound walks. And please be sure to check out our heartbeat stories. You can find those at any point in time to view at www.rogueworldmusic.org/heartbeatstories. And one final thank you to our sponsors. We could not make this free, family-friendly community event happen every year without the support of our local sponsors. Legit Ship CBD, Banjo Boy Coffee, AARP Oregon, Southern Oregon PBS, Full Circle Realty, Outlier Construction, KDP Accounting, Oregon Health Insurance Marketplace, Ebb and Flow Farms, Jefferson Hemp Exchange, First Interstate Bank, Green Valley Wellness, Integrity Building, Evergreen Federal Bank, Bicoastal Media, Rosebud Media, the Valley 106.3 Southern Oregon Printing. Thank you to each and every one of them for their support of both equitable fire relief and creating a moment for connection through music for our Rogue Valley community. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you at our sound walks, at our heartbeat stories, and next year at the 2022 Ashland World Music Festival Memorial Day weekend, May 2022. Good night.